Hello and welcome. And as usual, I'm not completely ready, so let me just finish the couple of steps that I still need to do. Hopefully this will work today. Okay, that seems reasonable. Okay, yep, the greeter bot is going crazy as usual. Okay, cool. So this weekend I'm back to Screeps, and I still not need to start my overlay, of course. Yep, and here we are. Okay, so today I want to kind of revisit Screeps. I've had this, tiny colony of bots running, not really doing much. I have some ramparts as a defense here, not really finished building that yet completely. I have some reasonably efficient mining, but nothing super fancy. And basically the only thing that's kind of happening is just, ramping up my room controller, which is kind of I guess the main point of the game-ish, in the early game at least. So yeah, like not much has been happening over here. However, the big thing that actually did happen is now I'm view profile global control level 2, so we can start expanding. Well, that's definitely one thing I want to kind of look at today. But then also, right now, if you look at my creeps, they look very organized, very efficient. But the moment something happens, the moment one of them dies and, the energy in my spawn is depleted and it needs to be refilled, complete chaos ensues. So there's definitely an opportunity to do something about that. And I do have some ideas. And it's also mentioned in the title, and it is basically doing some sort of basic scheduling here. It's really more of a resource allocation policy, let's say, because one of the big issues is I have these containers that get basically refilled through the mining, right? And first of all, sometimes it shouldn't really be happening right now with the way I kind of balanced the number of the upgraders. But it can definitely happen under weird situations that they just overflow and there's resources on the ground. So, and also the creeps definitely don't seem to be going for the optimal place to grab the resources. Because you could have seen that right now, these creeps, they went up here to grab the resources, while this container definitely has plenty of resources. And if these are kind of running out, let's say there's something crazy just now happened and this container actually runs out of energy, it's basically complete chaos. And it has to do with the way I kind of pick where they should pick up the resources from. For example, this one is actually picking it up correctly from this one. But yeah, we definitely need a better way to handle this, for sure. And the good news is it's actually not that hard to do. So that's definitely one thing I want to fix. Kind of, where do these creeps grab the energy from? Make sure they don't compete for the same energy. Like, let's say I have 2 units that need to like go here and pick up, I don't know, 200 energy each, right? Well, if this container only has 200 energy, the second one shouldn't even attempt to go here. It should straight up go to the other one. And yeah, that's kind of where I'm heading with these ideas. So let's actually have a look at the expansion, because this is the thing. Since so far I only had global control level 1, I definitely didn't run into the need to kind of claim other rooms. Okay. Oh, hey. What do you mean I'm approaching you? I'm confused. Available structures. Right. Ah, okay. So we can definitely claim the controllers. I was looking at this area over here. Oops, let's go to the world view. And this room, I'm kind of thinking about skipping this room and going straight up to this one. Because, I mean, this one is a bit annoying because it has so much of the swamp. But basically, here's the room controller, and I mean, yes, like the there's swamp next to the room controller, so this would have to be covered with roads for sure. But the important thing is there are two sources of energy here, while the one up, basically this one, only has one source of energy. And plus the source of energy is like a really awkward place. So what I'm thinking is just trying to go to here and claim the controller over here. Now, don't know how wise that is. I mean, I will be kind of split into two parts at that point. And I would have to kind of figure out a way to get... Yeah, one kind of issue is that if I do it that way, I can't really feasibly kind of chain my stuff, because the things that are yes, this game is on Steam, but it's also, you know, you can also play it in a web browser. So the available 5. Oh, maybe. Wait a second. How does the... Okay, this is very curious. How does the construction actually work? Is it like my highest level controller that decides? Build one spawn in the room. In order for you to build extra spawns, roads, and extensions, you have to upgrade the room. Pumping energy into the controller using the upgrade control method, sure. Right. Okay. So I think it would be feasible. I would have to really work hard to kind of figure out how to maintain. Okay, give me a second. So I think roads you can build, yeah, like roads you can build no matter what. So I can build like a road network to get down over there. Even though I don't control the room controller over here. Hard choices, definitely. Well, okay, so the game is definitely awesome. So I can definitely build. Right. So the lifetime CPU unlock is basically if you buy the Steam key version, whatever the thing is called, you get 20 CPU cores to burn. And as you can see, like my logic is currently consuming between 4 and 6. That's basically like how much you can burn in your script. And they also have a memory limit. And the lifetime CPU unlock basically gives you 100 cores. So each API call has a cost basically, and then on top of that it also tracks like the runtime of the script, I think, or something like that. I don't know the exact details, but you can look it up. It should be somewhere on the website. And your like amount of CPU unlocked also increases with your control level. Well, I'm at 4 CPU cores right now, so no, it's not really necessary, at least at the beginning. And you can also buy CPU unlocks through, where the heck is it? Like these are all tradable resources. There's like a market API and you can make orders. Yeah, this market. You can sell, buy things. So the basic is like the actual thing is running in JavaScript. But as long as you cross-compile into JavaScript, so if you use ASM.js, you can use any language, and I'm using TypeScript. Because that's kind of, yeah, makes sense. Okay. So how do we do this? So there is where's the API again? So if I, yeah, okay, so there's this claim for 1 tick per body part. Okay. Yeah, I mean, right now everything I did is kind of contained within a room, so I'm trying to figure out. You can definitely use C. You just need to cross-compile into ASM.js. Okay. Attack, move. 1 square to specify direction. Okay, move by path. Move to. I mean, you can also try it without purchasing anything. Should be possible. You get only one CPU core, I think. Or it's like very limited. But to just like try it and see, I think you can do that for free. Again, it's literally the CPU you get to run your script. Like if you want to do, if you want to do more things, you will need more CPU. That's what it is. Okay, serialized memory. Find path to. Can find path to. Okay, cool. You can actually use find path to path between rooms. Okay. So kind of to do this, I will need. Okay, so I was already thinking about creating some sort of job queue, just to kind of optimize the things that are happening, because many times like the builders will just kind of go and repair the thing and they will both go there and they will just like each of them will just waste time by moving and it's kind of silly. So if I had a job queue, I could basically insert like a manual order for the creep to go to the other room, claim the controller there, and then I guess the same idea with the building, like I would basically insert a building order for the creep to go there and start building the spawn. And once I have the spawn, I can kind of, start from there, then it becomes like any other room. Okay, let's consider this once more. So if I go to the world, if I would claim this room, I can reasonably easily block it just over here. Like I would, if I repaired these walls and then just build a rampart over here, that would definitely be good enough. I mean, at least for the start. Because otherwise this is all surrounded. So it's a pretty safe room. And then like by default I kind of get access to this, but I don't particularly want to claim this room. But plus this room also has the yttrium. Okay, sure, whatever. So this room has the yttrium mineral the same as the one above. Yeah, so this one also has the same mineral. So let's try to do something like that then. So let's try to create a job queue. Once I have a job queue, it would kind of make sense to it would kind of make sense to just have generic workers, because the job queue can kind of deal with how many of a different type of worker I need. We can definitely play together, but depends on what you mean together. Together on the same shard, sure. Together cooperating, I don't know. Okay. Alternatively, yeah, okay, there's this guy here. This is a very interesting base. Huh. It's like an empty tower over here. An empty container. Okay, let's try to come up with a job queue. So what are the features? Oh yeah, and now you can see the chaos happening because suddenly my spawn isn't full of energy and all these creeps are just freaking out and trying to fill it up. So yeah, you will see the chaos happening, and they will like keep turning around and, you know, changing what they want to do, and it's a big mess. Okay. So let's think this through. Well, I will definitely... where the heck is it? Screeps, right. Well, let's just go into the README. Let's just take notes. Sure. So, for a job queue, I kind of want to have like types of jobs, right? So there's like repair, build, upgrade, but there are also other stuff. There's like sweep. So this happens when you have energy on the ground. Kind of makes sense to pick it up and put it into a container because otherwise the energy keeps dissipating. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow. Fight? Fight whom? Oh, fight as a type of job. Well, probably not, because that's not a worker's job. So this will be specifically for workers, I think. Oh, okay. Well, you know, like my position is public. I'm showing it on the screen. You know, so feel free to do whatever craziness you are interested in doing. Okay. Actually, that's a good point. Can someone claim this area? But I mean, looking at this guy, for example, like he's not also consecutive. Yeah, it's like all over the place. Yeah. Okay, let's continue with this. So we have definitely types of jobs, right? And I mean, you might need a specific creep for defense, but the question is that the job queue, or is the different thing, which is like attack, defense, which is like a completely different system. Because there's like the jobs that kind of are your economy, and then there's the attack defense, which is kind of an orthogonal thing. And I would even go as far as to say this possibly should be two different things, because it might be advisable for you to kind of switch the ratio of resources you are spending on these two systems. So basically, like, imagine that, like, it will not it will not work exactly like this, but like, imagine that you have something like this, like, you know, init war subsystem, I don't know, 1000 energy, and init economy subsystem, you know, million energy. That's 100,000, not a million. Okay. So you can have this, and you know, these can be variables that you kind of switch around. Like, this is more what I'm kind of imagining will happen eventually. But right now I'm not really concerning myself with attacking other people, because the thing is, like, war is wasteful as far as resources go. So if I'm not getting anything out of it, why would I do it? So there needs to be like a good incentive for me to actually attack someone, because otherwise, like, why waste the resources? But what I was saying, like, the type search of definitely will have some sort of criticality. Like, probably want to build, then repair, then upgrade, sweep. Or probably sweep is actually, or actually maybe next to sweep I also want to have like some sort of refill. So the refill would be like refilling the buildings, as in refilling the energy in my spawn, in my extensions. Then if there's nothing to refill, then, you know, go to build. And this can be, you know, this can be gated. So this can be like, okay, like, at most 3 creeps are working on this. This can be like at most 2 creeps and whatever, and you know, you can have like extra settings on these. So these are kind of the jobs I can think of. And then I basically have my worker creeps on the other side. And I kind of feel like the amount of the work creeps should be kind of dynamic. Now the tricky part here is that right now, like, it's more efficient to have bigger creeps always, because of if you spend the movement time once with a creep that has twice the capacity, is obviously better than doing the movement twice with a half-size creep. Well, yeah, I'm not quite sure if this should be, like, the number of workers should be dynamic or not. But basically, I think the idea here is that we need to schedule resource acquisition. So let's say that energy is stored in specific places. So we kind of want to make sure that the workers don't trip over each other when they're picking up the energy. Now, And then I basically, like, for each worker assign a job. But considering that there is the sweep thing, okay, so, like, sweeping is a very special type of job, I guess. Maybe I should just get rid of that for now and deal with sweeping later. Because sweeping is weird, like, it's all of these jobs. For all of these jobs, you kind of need to pick up resources, go to a place, and then use those resources, right? Now, sweeping is different because you go to a place to sweep because there are resources there. So it's kind of inverted. So this job is a bit weird. And specifically what I mean, like, this will need a different type of scheduling. But maybe I want that for the other jobs as well. Like, when I'm building something, maybe sending only one creep. I wonder. Like, the question is, do I schedule the like job part of the job as well as the resource acquisition? Because the resource acquisition I need to schedule for sure. Now, if I have a cramped space, then probably it makes sense to just send like one creep per a job, right? Like, let's say I'm building something, just send one guy there to deal with it. Don't have, like, you know, couple of guys just like trying to get into a position and just interfering with each other, because that would just be silly, right? And very inefficient. But then maybe that's not that beneficial, because that means also that the thing will take a long time to build. But considering this, like, what type of game this is, maybe I don't care about the actual, like, you know, wall time of the entire thing, how long does it take to build. Maybe I really only care about the throughput, like how many things I'm able to do within, like, a, you know, big chunk of time. So then maybe, yes, maybe I do want to schedule the jobs as well, and basically only have one worker per target. Yeah. Except for upgrade, I guess. Because there's only one target always for this, right? There's always just a controller in the room. Okay. I think that's a reasonable starting template to start working on. Only one worker per target. Okay, so what do we need to store as far as data goes? So we need to have something special, which is like a source of energy. So this is the place where creeps can pick up energy. And this inherently will be either a container, or it will be, what's the big thing called? Let's just jump here. It's the container or storage, right? So one of these two. So either a container or storage. And I'm honestly kind of tempted to not allow them to pick up resources. Oh, damn it. To not allow them to pick up resources from these containers that are below my drills. Because like some of these are designed to kind of not have space around them, so the drill is kind of forced to sit at a specific place. But that kind of means that when they want to pick up resources, they get stuck, right? Like there's only... and there's not too much space around here anyway. So... yeah, maybe that's a consideration. Maybe only some of them. So let's say I remember like sources of energy, which has bunch of sources of energy. So that's one thing, right? Then during the scheduling, wait, so on init, set it up with all containers, maybe filtered by something. Right, so at the init stage, we look at all of the containers and we just set up this data structure to kind of have all the data about like how much resources they have. This happens at the beginning of the tick. Very easy, right? Like we just loop over the containers and get their content. So then whenever a creep needs resources, it will allocate them. And remember, it will just allocate them. Okay, right. So let's imagine I'm looking at a creep, and the creep needs, like the logic says, I need resources, right? So at this point, what I need to do, I need to go to this data structure, basically like mark the resources by removing them effectively, right? Like let's say I have a creep that needs like 200 energy. It will go into this data structure and it will basically claim 200 units of energy out of one of those containers. And this round, the only thing that needs to happen, it moves towards the position of the container. Now, so basically this will be like a function that just, or I guess method on the source of energy that will just return the position. Like you give it as a parameter how much resources you want, and it will give you back a position, and it will also update the state of the corresponding container. Now, obviously what can easily happen is you end up with no results, right? So you say, I want 200 units of energy, and you just get back nothing, right? So what do you do at that point? Well, we can have a soft fail. So we can still pick the best source to pick up resources. So let's say if I ask for like 200 resources and there's like the best container that's available has like 180, right? What would happen, it would still pick that container, basically rest it to 0, and send the creep to there. Now, we need to have some sort of threshold, because if we just keep doing this with any, like, there's a container with like one resource, right? Then we will end up with this chaotic behavior where you have containers that just get like a uptick of a resource, and suddenly you have creeps moving to there. I think it's better to kind of either do nothing or have a threshold for this soft fail where if the amount of resources is not worthwhile, like let's say, like never pick up more than, what's actually the basic carry capacity? So let's look at the creep. Carry 50 resource units. So let's say that would be our minimum, right? Like if I ask for, I want 50 resource units, I would only get the response for 50. But if I ask for like 200, I could technically get the response with as low as 50. So that's one option. The other one would be just like don't move the creep. Just wait until something gets filled up. Pick up resources with threshold. Okay. So this is the first part of the logic. So this is the resource acquisition. Now we will need work jobs. So I will have a list of jobs. Each job basically says, do this thing at specific location. So this will be the refill, build, upgrade, repair, sweep, right? And these need to be sorted by the priority, or I guess the criticality of the job. Now, okay. Now, the question here is, should I just have something that will, like, a thing to claim a job? So basically, in this data structure, well, first of all, on init, go through the room and look for jobs. Okay, so there's that. So the upgrade one is like a permanent job that just exists forever, right? Repairs just pop up based on some thresholds, like, if something is damaged more than X, then it just can pop up as a thing to do. Builds just happen when there's, a build to be done, where it's like a construction site. And refill, the same. I will look through the existing structures and look if they need a refill. Okay. So we look for jobs, we fill it into the jobs that are sorted. Then going through workers, each of them that is not busy with resource acquisition can claim a job. Now, we definitely don't want to just go... Yeah, okay, this gets interesting. Because if I just did it in this way as I described it, just, have worker jobs that you find in the room and then just grab workers and put them to work. Well, what would happen is you would have these workers just going from like one end of the map to the other end of the map, because the location of the worker doesn't enter into this equation at all. Like, I'm not really talking, like, the only thing that has a location is the job, right? So I actually kind of want it the other way around. I want to go through the jobs and have the jobs, because the workers themselves don't have priority, but the jobs do. So what I want to do is I want to grab the closest worker to the job. And now this gets a bit weird, because technically that's not necessarily the optimal solution. This is just a greedy solution. I could actually look for the optimal solution and try to kind of minimize things. But the thing is also, since the jobs are sorted by criticality, I kind of pick the like shortest paths for the most critical jobs, let's say, right? Like, if I have like a refill, I will just grab like a close by worker to do the refill. But then if I have like a repair to be done, I don't particularly care that I just grab some random worker that's like leftover. Because anyway, probably don't forget like all of this that I'm describing, this is all happening within one tick, right? So when the next tick comes, it's possible that things happened, like a creep died or something, and suddenly there are other things happening, and suddenly there are other jobs, right? Like I kind of expect the most critical things to kind of be stable enough, but the tail end of the job queue will always kind of keep flipping, right? Like but it's okay. Like the only thing I kind of expect out of this is that it will eventually basically converge to what I want. It's not necessarily that like it's not a no backseas system. I'm not hard allocating anything to anything. It's just that all of the logic should be set up in such a way that, like, for example, if a creep is going to pick up a resource, unless something crazy happens, as in someone destroys the container or my logic is just broken and the container just breaks down and spills all the resources on the ground, which is also possible. Well, because I told this specific creep in the previous round that it should go to that location to pick up those resources, there isn't really anything else that could have taken the resources out of that bucket. So it's kind of consistent across rounds without actually keeping information between rounds. And I don't particularly want to keep information between rounds with this because while it's inefficient, it's super robust. The problem with proper scheduling, where you actually remember a schedule, you need to have a lot of code and a lot of complexity to deal with rescheduling stuff, because you will find that, okay, suddenly I have this super critical thing that I need to do right now that kind of interrupts everything. Well, in this system, it just happens at the beginning of the tick. Like if I suddenly have a new super critical job at the beginning, the creeps that were doing other things will just kind of forget about them and we just deal with this. So yeah. Yeah, so this should be going through jobs. Claim the closest worker not busy with resource acquisition. Okay, so I guess I kind of in my head I'm convinced this will work. Maybe we'll see. Now let's think about one more thing. So the reason why I'm kind of doing this is to actually be able to inject persistent jobs, as in, hey, go deal with the source in the other room, not the source, what the heck is it called, the controller in the other room, and claim it, right? So I will need some sort of, what the heck is happening? I will need some sort of system. What? Okay, I think the overlay is really screwing up this game. I will need some sort of API to kind of register a permanent job. And I guess these will actually need to be persistent. Yeah, because the permanent jobs I kind of want to keep around until they are done. And I guess I want them to be the highest priority. So I kind of want to have, I mean, one thing here is there's a console, so I can actually have an API and, run commands. Or I could be, brute forcing it into the memory, but I don't really want to do that. Like you can always, look at the memory and edit it, but that's not Yeah, that's not particularly great. What is actually this? Okay, I don't know what this actually is. Anyway, so yeah, I think that will kind of work. So let's start implementing something. Right, so here I have some memory parsing nonsense that I did. This needs a cleanup, but for now it's good enough. So I will definitely have. Let's have it. I mean, let's do object-oriented programming for this, I guess. Let's make a folder. Scheduler. New file resource. Okay, so let's have a class. Resource scheduler. So this is kind of the sources of energy part of the thing. So we will need a constructor that takes a room. Yeah, because this is definitely inside of, like, scheduling resources inside of the room. Okay. So, what's the type of a room actually? It's just room. Okay, that's cool. So we have a private thing that's room. Now, in the constructor, we want to do the initializing, right? So, oh, actually no, we just want to take this as a parameter. We don't really want to have it as an attribute. Right, I want to find specific structures. So the structures I want to find, and I think I will need to use like the my structure, or what the heck is the... Okay, let's look at the API. So room structure. No, right, I want room.find. Yes, sure. Find structures or my structures. Okay, so now the thing I don't remember is if these are actually neutral. So storage, only one structure is allowed, room.storage. Okay, sure. Now this one, structure type, you're not... Okay, I'm not quite sure where I find whether the structure is owned or neutral. I mean, rows are definitely neutral. So there's the storage, so then there's also the container. All drop automatic goes, yeah. Well, this is tricky. So I don't quite know how to figure that out. Where would that be mentioned? Creeps control. I don't know. It's not. Okay. If I just do a search over here for neutral. Oh, probably not return anything, right? Yeah. I'm kind of assuming that containers are just neutral structures, but oh, maybe I find it under my structures. Was that it? So wait a second. Room dot find find my structures. On structure. Okay, this is not really getting me anywhere, which is super annoying. Okay, can I find it over here? So, right, there's these construction, structure. So these are just the names. Find my structures. Any own structure. Ah, cool. So very indirectly we can find it out. So any own structure is a controller, extension, extractor, factory, invader core, keeper layer, lab, link, nuker, observer, power bank, power spawn, rampart, spawn, storage. Okay, so storage is an own structure, but container isn't. Okay, good. So question answered. Perfect. So in that case, where's... Alright, it was this window. I feel like I want to do find structures, and then here in the filter, yeah. Yeah, const sources. Right, I'm missing the arrow. Right, so here, and I think I'm missing some brackets somewhere. Right, this. Wait a second. One, yeah, and this. No, like this. This is correct. So here I want to check if structure that structure type is structure. Right, okay, wait a second. So structure type is returning what? So these are the structure constants, so I need to do structure container, or I guess I can just straight up return it. So return if it's a container or structure. Structure type is structure storage. Okay, so I have all the sources that are containers or storages in this room. Now, what I want to build up, so private yeah, state will be map. Oh, that's the wrong place to write it. Right, that's why I was complaining. Private state will be a map of a string to number. What are you complaining about? State is the about number, right? Okay, sure. So state will be new map, just to initialize it. And then over here, what I want to do is for source in sources, not in, of. Yes, const. Oops. And this should be this dot, right? Yes. Okay. So what I want to do is this dot state dot add dot, no, what the heck is the method? I guess set, sure. So set the source dot id as source dot source dot yeah, so this thing actually I don't want it as any structure. I want it as structure storage. Is this right? So this is just damn it. But there's definitely there should definitely be a type. This is not the correct way to find it. As structure container wall constructor. I guess I can do or structure storage, something like this. But I think that's the wrong syntax. Oh yes, this needs to be also and I guess like this. Okay. Yeah, okay, cool. So now we have prototype room store structure contents. Okay, so now we get this actual storage, which was what I was trying to get at. Energy. Okay. Now the question here is, do I actually want to also store if I store it by ID, the negative part of that I will need to keep looking up it by ID, which is not like the worst thing ever. but it's definitely something that will be a bit inefficient. Store energy. So how could I improve this? Like, I definitely want to store the energy, because that's an information that I need for sure. And the key that kind of makes sense is the ID, yes. I mean, maybe I also want to remember the sources themselves. Like, if I do have like sources over here, which is basically this thing. Now, then I can just do, you know, this sources equals that. So I have these pre-filtered sources then. Yeah, and I can, okay, I think this is what I want, because then whenever I have a creep that requests resources, I just go over the sources and then check the current state over here. Okay, makes sense. So the method that I will need for that is the claim resources method. Now, what do I want this to return though? That's that's an interesting conundrum. So over here, these targets, yeah, this is just return a structure as a target, then I just use it to, where the heck was that? What? Why did my window jump? That was very strange. Okay, so I get targets, right, and then just, sure. So I think returning a structure makes sense. Yeah, it sounds like a reasonable thing to do. And what just happened to my YouTube stats? What the heck? Exceeded your quota. Okay, I will need to read up on this. What the heck? How am I exceeding my quota? This makes 0 sense. Okay, but that's beside the point. That's a different project. But yeah, I really don't understand this. Like, I should be way inside of quota, like by like a 10x. Yet, like, I exceeded my quota within like 1 hour. What the hell? And the 10x is for like this running for 12 hours or something like that. So it's technically like 100x. I don't know. Weird. Okay, this, yeah, here. So resources. You know what? Let me define this as a type. There was definitely a way to do that. I don't remember though. How do I define? Where's my browser window? Right. TypeScript define type. User define. Okay, that's all upside down. So this is just as an OR. How do I do? So these are just the guards, but upload types. This thing. Type something equals something. Okay. So over here, let's do type structure resource provider is a container or structure storage. As structure resource provider. Okay, and this I need because I guess I should export this as well. So this I need because over here I want to have oh, I don't need the function keyboard, do I? I want to take amount of resources, so claim resources, and this will take an amount and return the structure resource provider or null. Actually, maybe not now, maybe just I cannot do that, right? Yeah. So let's just do return undefined. So this will have the actual logic that goes through the sources, and okay, yeah, let's change this as well. To go through the sources and return the appropriate one. But I feel like what I also want over here is the actual creep. Because if I have multiple options, I think it makes sense. Like, this would be super expensive, this entire thing, I'm just realizing. I will burn so much CPU on this, but I think it's needed. So yeah, if I have multiple options to claim the resources from, it makes sense to always go to the closest one, which will also hopefully ensure, it should ensure the stability of this algorithm. Well, almost. Okay, I can think of a couple of corner cases here. So let's actually go to the map. Do I have that kind of situation? And this is kind of well-behaved map. But okay, like, let's imagine that wait. Is this disconnected or something? Yeah, there's like nothing happening since 30 minutes ago. What the heck? Yeah, there's like nothing happening. What the heck? I don't have it over here. Just give me a second. I just want to double check if it's just the... No, it looks like... Okay, let's just double check if it's just me. No, it looks like the entire Screeps is down. What the heck? Okay. Interesting. Definitely interesting. Well, from one perspective, that's pretty good, because if Screeps is down, then I can just freely code and do stuff. Okay. So... Right, what was I saying? Oh, right, I wanted to show the kind of the corner cases that I thought about. Okay, so let's just for a second imagine that there is a container over here, and that gets picked as like the closest source for this guy, for example, right? Now, if that happens, like, okay, so there are two ways I can measure distance, right? Like, I can measure the actual path, or I can measure the air distance. Now, the air distance is problematic because the creep kind of needs to go around, right? So the air distance will kind of increase and then decrease. Like, if you imagine that, like, you know, the creep was right over here and the source was over here, like, this is pretty short distance. So, like, this source might get picked just looking at the air distance, but that's incorrect, right? Like, then the creep will go around and its distance will actually increase, which might make this algorithm unstable, because as it's moving away from this, some other container can become closer, and there can definitely be a deadlock where, like, okay, like the other one is on the other side, so if it needs to like move south for one of them and north from the other one, it can just basically get stuck in this like piggybacking where, like, okay, like I'm going, and suddenly the other container becomes closer, so now I'm going to the other direction, and this is, you know, just keeps like piggybacking up and down. Thanks for the follow. So I can also look at the actual path, but it also has issues, because the actual path is the actual path, and it will try to avoid the other creeps. So if there is like a bottleneck somewhere here, and the other creeps just block the path, well, that will all, like, suddenly this might become unreachable, and that will make the path unstable. Okay, so how do I make it stable? Oh geez. I can definitely just remember stuff, but again, that's very dangerous thing to do. Remembering stuff is very dangerous, because then you need to keep checking if the thing you are remembering is still valid, and be smart about invalidating it. And in particular, like, since I want to get around the fact that, you know, it can happen that the target becomes unreachable, but I don't necessarily want to just like give up on the target, even if it's unreachable. You know, it still could be my optimal choice. Well, the invalidating logic would be kind of hard to do. Okay. Well, alternatively, but that might not be better. Yeah, something happened to Screeps. I don't know what it is. Like the main loop doesn't seem to be running. Yeah. But yeah. Okay. So, well, you know, it's not a problem on my side, which is good. I don't think. Okay. So which way do I do this? I can think for now, like, it will not be completely stable. Like, there will be definitely weird situations where the creeps just get stuck and will just keep changing their mind, and it will be annoying. But I feel that just looking at the actual path length to the target is the most reasonable thing to do right now. I think that's what it is. Okay, let's do it. So what I want to do over here, I'm standing. Standing is fun. I keep sitting all the time, so you know. Need to use my legs from time to time. So for source of this dot sources, so just go through all the sources, and I want best be a structure resource provider, and okay, something like that, and let best distance be -1 at the beginning, I guess. Yeah, this can be const, right? I think that's what I'm doing. Okay, so if source dot id, so if state at damn it, this dot state dot dot get yes, source id. So wait, so this returns number or undefined. Yeah, like Screeps is attracting people. Not many chatters today, but people are watching for sure. And yes, if you are watching, welcome. And you know, feel free to ask questions in the chat, or you know, make comments. Well, there are a couple other people, I guess one other person chatting today, but yes, pretty much at this point it's just you. So this can be undefined. Yeah, there has been quiet for quite a while. Well, okay. Give me a second. Let me just deal with this. Come on, what? Oh, the Twitch UI is so confusing. Right, over here. Okay, there you go. You are my second VIP. Okay. So, and yep, it's working. Okay, state get. Yeah, by the way, I will enable text to speech for VIP soon. It's just I'm almost there with the C# thing. Just didn't have time to finish it, so people can start being annoying. Um, Now this can... yeah, most probably. I mean, you know, right now I just have an alert on every like chat thing, so I keep hearing ding, 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 ding for each of our messages. It's not much better, honestly. So if I switch it to text to speech, you know, it might be an improvement, honestly. Okay. So okay, like I'm trying to think what to do. Okay, let's just let's just do it this way. So sorry, just to explain what I'm trying to wrap my head around here is, so this can return an undefined, but it can only return that in a very weird situation, because we do actually initialize this thing for all of the structures. So somehow that would have to be like broken code, right? So actually what I want to do here is just throw an error. Throw new error internal sanity failed. Mismatch between, and I can definitely imagine me breaking this code by kind of persisting the data structure somewhere in the future, so I definitely want to have this check. Mismatch between cached and real state. And I guess source ID, yeah, source.id not found in cache. Okay, yeah, something like this. So now we know it's definitely defined. So we want to figure out the distance. So creep.pos.find path to source dot find path to returns a path step. No, this is not. Okay, this is the one that actually finds the next step. That's not what I want. I want Screeps pause. I think it was also on the position. I have seen something to the effect of being able to find like the actual path and then figure out the length of it. Pathfinder cost matrix. Around obstacles such as building or creeps, you must put them into cost matrix. Oh, interesting. This is very interesting. Let's just bookmark this. I will definitely have a read on what the heck this is doing, because this looks very, very interesting. Right, so room position. Create construction, create flag, find closest by path, find closest by range, find in range, find path to, get direction to, get range to, linear range to specified position. Okay, so this is just the, right, so this is just the flight path essentially. Okay, so that's not what I want. Look for, what? Interesting. Maybe this is not the correct place to jump point search algorithm. The method should find path. Okay. Oh, right, because this also works with like different rooms and other nonsense. Okay, that is tricky. Yeah. Hmm. Get range, get direction. Hmm. Find closest by path. An array of rooms object of room position that search should be executed against. Okay, so maybe I actually want to do this. So this will change it a little bit. So instead of like finding the best match, I will basically find the closest that satisfies the constraint that it has enough energy still in the cache. Yeah, I think that will work. Yeah. Okay. And you know what? Before I head into that, I will have a very short break. I need to refresh my water, and I also want to sit down actually. Because yes, my legs are starting to hurt. And I will be back in like 5 minutes, maybe less. See you soon. Okay, and I'm back, and I think my green screen looks okay, so that's fine. Cool. So find closest by path, and we will go through the object variant. Oh, but wait a second. So oops, yeah, there can be a filter. Okay, good. So yes, actually we want to go through creep creep.post.find closest by path from from this dot sources, but then with the filter which will get right this thing. So source structure provider, and we probably don't want to tweak the algorithm. Yeah, we will. Okay, maybe let's specify the A star, because we will generally only have very few targets. Like we should never really have plenty of sources in so this is all working within a single room. Now maybe eventually I might want to do this across rooms, and that will get very, very, very confusing. But for now, just do this. Okay, so we want to filter out buildings that don't, wait a second, oh yeah. So we want to filter out buildings that don't have enough capacity, and we do that by doing this logic. Yeah, source.id. We still want to throw if we don't find it in the database, because there's obviously something completely broken. But if we do, we want to return v is higher or equal to the requested amount, which is just amount. All right. So we don't need this stuff. Okay. Now, so this should return one of the sources. Okay. So if or undefined, right? Find closest by path. Can I see that correctly? No, wait, it returns or now? That's a bit weird. Sure. So, I mean, just return undefined. Yeah, that's fine. Now, if we have a target, what we want to do, we want to update the database, right? So we want to do this.state. Hello, welcome to the channel. Or I guess welcome back, right? State dot get right this thing again. Yes. Oops. Target.id. Now, wait a second, does this give me... Does this give me... This is running into my lack of JavaScript knowledge. JavaScript map, or I guess this is TypeScript map. So what I'm wondering is if I'm getting a reference to the value, get size, delete, console log, because if I want to update a specific value, do I need to basically do a get and set, or can I just do it as one thing? If it's an object, okay, but if it's a number, then I don't get the reference, then I just get the value. Okay, so I need to do a get and then a set. Okay, sure. So I guess then what I want is this dot state dot set target dot id, this state get target id minus, oh, this grep can again return a null, which is annoying, or I guess undefined. Yeah, let's just actually maybe this almost looks like something I should write like a helper function for, but set it to v minus amount. And then just return the target. Okay. Ooh, this was a pretty long function, but okay, so what it's doing is we call the claim resources with a creep and the amount of resources we want to claim. So it will find the closest building that's one of the buildings that provides resources, and it will return one that actually has enough resources in it to claim that amount. Otherwise it will just return null, I think, right? And if it doesn't, then what we do, we update the database of remaining resources so we don't have double claims. And that should be fine for the resource scheduler. So now let's just check if this actually works. Okay, what is this actually complaining about? Two problems in this file. Okay. Are there actual problems or just some nonsense? Wait a second. Build. No, it compiles fine, so then what exactly are the problems? Yeah, I don't quite... what? I'm quite confused, I have to admit. I don't really understand. I mean, there's like red stuff showing up in the like small view, but not in the main view. Wait. Yes, okay, so that's actually coming from here. And source.id, okay, so yes. Wait, how does this compile then? What the heck? This shouldn't really compile. This is a bit strange. Yeah, now we are green. Okay. Like, why? Do I have my TypeScript misconfigured or something? Maybe it's just that I'm not importing it anywhere. Strange, very strange. Okay, anyway. Yeah, we want to import it over here for sure. So import star as resource scheduler from scheduler resource. So over, wait a second, what the heck? Right here. So const new resource scheduler dot resource scheduler with evo dot room. Okay. Yeah, so create a new resource scheduler for this room. And I kind of feel like I want to have some sort of I don't know, like either a debug mode or a dry run mode or something like that. Let's see. Oh yeah, this thing, I think it's running again. Oops, no. World. Console. I think the console is still not really working, maybe. But there's definitely stuff happening. Okay. So let's just get like a simple debug log. And I guess something like, you know, how many resource providers I have found and what's their capacity, something like that would be reasonable. Sources, this dot sources, what? Can't write. This dot sources dot count size. What the heck? Needs to have something like that. Length. Wait, it has a. Oh, sure, whatever. Is that a method or it's just a number? Okay, sure. Sources. Right. And then for const source in this dot sources, just to double check everything is working, console dot log source with this specific ID, so source dot What? I mean, this should... Oh, not in. This should be off. This is breaking my brain. It's like slightly different, like words used in different languages for the same meaning. It's so annoying. So source ID has capacity off. State this dot state get source ID. Okay, so if I code this, it should just print out how many sources I have and then basically the state for each of them. So if I just put it over here, oops, debug clock, and we just do a roll up. Yeah, we should see something in the console if it's working. But I get the feeling that the console isn't really working right now, which is annoying. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like the console is dead. Let's just check the website as well. But I'm getting the feeling that okay, so on the website it actually seems to be working, which is interesting. Okay, let me do this then. Okay, console. Okay, so let's see. So it's saying that which one? Container. Yeah, so this one is actually overflowing right now. And ID, yeah, so it seems to be working fine. Right. So let's do the first step and let's just replace. So I already have the pickup logic for my creeps over here. So in the common, there should be resource, pickup resources logic, right? Okay, so this is not exactly equivalent. Yeah. Okay, let's just copy this thing then. So well, maybe I don't even want this. Okay, let's ignore the dropped. Oops. Let's ignore the dropped resources for you. For sure. So scheduled resources, right? Scheduled resources. It will not just be a creep, it will also be the resource scheduler. So I will need to import the resource scheduler. So import resource scheduler from scheduler resource. Okay. So how do you like it? Well, did you go through the tutorial? It's highly recommended. The tutorial is actually pretty good. Or you can also, you know, watch the VOD from my first stream about this. Because there were some very helpful people in the chat actually helping me. One thing, there's a GitHub repo with the source codes for the tutorial. So GitHub Screeps tutorial. Yes, this thing. So once you go through the tutorial, this has like basically the answers. So this is a great thing to kind of refer to back, you know, as you are learning the APIs. Because I can guarantee you will not remember. Like once you go through the tutorial, you'll be like, how did I do that? So yeah, there's this GitHub. But I definitely recommend just go through the tutorial. The tutorial is actually quite good. It doesn't teach you much. Like it just leaves a lot of information, you know, out of it. But to like get you started, it's a great source for sure. Okay, scheduled resources. Okay, so what we want to do is rs claim resources. So this creep wants to claim creep dot capacity. No. Okay, what's the API? Creep carry room body creep.store. Okay. Oh yes, the Slack, yeah, I don't know, like it's a thing. Definitely doesn't hurt to join. Creep.store.energy get free capacity. It's this thing. Yeah, so I want to fill up my creep. Okay. So const source will be this. So if source is undefined, if container withdraw move to, okay. Withdraw, okay, right. So this should technically, just as it is, if I just take it and replace it in like the upgraders, upgrade controller, pickup resources logic, right? So common dot scheduled resources creep and then the resource scheduler. Right, so this actually should be a global object. Definitely. So export, right, so I need to actually import it over here. import resource scheduler from scheduler resource. So export rs of type resource scheduler, just like that. So this will get initialized in the main. Okay. Okay, things are slowly starting to fit together. Import star as I'm not importing global yet, am I? No, I'm not. As global from globals. And yes, so global.rs is new. Cannot assign because it is a read-only property. Wait a second. Oh, I think this is some TypeScript nonsense. TypeScript global variable read only property. Exported variables are read only. Imports are constants. Okay, so I think this needs to move. Right, okay, slight changes. Right, so this actually needs to move to here. New resource scheduler. Yeah. So the only annoying part here is that yeah, like the correct way to do it is to have the singleton instance in here. But actually it's more complicated because I have a resource schedule per room. So what this actually should be, I should basically have a function init resource scheduler for room, and then so this one will be exported, and this will be basically this thing. And I want to have, yeah, so this actually makes more sense for this to be static on the class. Right, init and then I just need the static cat resource scheduler room. Yeah, that's what I will do. And the thing is, this actually should be a map. So this will be a static private rs, which is a map string to resource scheduler. Right. So this will be returning resource scheduler undefined. So if this.rs.get room.id, not ID, rooms don't have IDs. What do rooms have? Room.name? Sure. So get it by room if rs is null or rs is undefined. Let's just return undefined, and otherwise return rs. Yeah, and I only have this if to kind of hide the null, because I think this returns a null. No, this returns an what? So, okay. So I can just do this in that case to make it simpler. And then over here, yeah. Resource scheduler of room, and we are still keeping the debug log, but the thing I want to do is this.rs.set room.name is the resource scheduler. Okay, then in here I can just import resource scheduler from scheduler resource and just do rs dot resource scheduler dot get for creep dot room. Yep. And yeah, okay, so now this has an issue. So let rs this. So if I have a resource scheduler in this room, then just use the smart logic. If I don't, then just use the dumb logic. And I think that actually will work very nicely. Okay. And in my main, I still want to do right, resource scheduler dot init evo.room. Yes, so definitely planning to do stuff like that. So that's actually part of the text-to-speech stuff. So there will be basically... Okay, so it gets weird because there is all this stuff already provided by Twitch, but it's only provided for people that are partners. So I'm still kind of trying to figure out what exactly I will do, but I will definitely have some sort of stream points and ways to spend them. And it's basically like, so right now I will block the text-to-speech behind VIP or like people that have been following for a long time to make sure people don't like spam the crap out of this channel. But in the future, the idea is like, okay, like if you have enough points, just spend them on TTS or whatever you want to do, like crazy crap, like, you know, things happening on the screen. Okay, so we init, we do this stuff. You know, it's just all going very slowly because I only work on this stuff over the weekends. So, you know, it's not that much time that I actually put into this. Okay, so I think technically, actually, if I push this, my current creeps should see the initialized resource manager and should be smart about picking up resources. But we will see. Let's get to this is the stupid console is still broken over here. You know what? Let me do this. Oops, what just happened? Okay, come on. Cannot read properties set of undefined. Okay, I have a problem. Yes. Okay, this needs a quick fix. So this is happening because I'm not checking here if this.rs is undefined then or now. Then please this.rs is new map of string to resource not constant resource scheduler. And I actually might have the similar problem with the state. So the state, no, I am actually initializing it over here, so that should be fine. Okay, let's push again. Yep, this window. Okay, cool. Now it's working. Let's see. So this creep over here should run out of resources. It goes over here. It picked up the resources. And then it's back to working. It's kind of hard to tell if it's actually working, honestly. Well, I can definitely log something in here. Right, so basically if I actually find the target, then let's do console.log successfully allocated, and I need to learn to use these backticks instead of normal quotation marks. Amount of energy from target.id to creep.id, sure. Yeah, I mean, stuff is definitely happening. Oh, null of energy from ooh. The yellow lights is energy. So it seems to be working for the most part, but there was definitely successfully allocated null of energy. Okay, that's very strange. Because the null is amount, so I'm calling it with a something that's not a number? What the heck? How would that happen? Yeah, so these are all it will be interesting once these kind of exhaust their energy, and it's like you can see all the dancing that they are doing, which is like absolutely unnecessary. There's like a lot of nonsense happening that just needs to be fixed. So this guy is now waiting on resources. Yeah, I will need to figure out what the heck is happening. Like, the logic I wrote right now is correct, but there's something weird with the, I guess, the main logic of the creeps, because the null is basically coming from... Wait a second. No, the null is straight up coming from the capacity of the creep. So it's almost like I'm somehow... That's very strange. Oh. Yes, okay, so this is actually a thing that keeps wrecking my brain. Like, what's the actual lifetime of the creep? So, like, when does the creep show up as an identity thing? And yeah, the problem is this is not really... this is not really getting tested properly, because, like, the way the creeps pick up resources is so spread out that, like, they never really collide in the allocation. Okay, but I mean, it seems to be working, which is good, and I'm not really consuming more resources, which is good. But yes, it's very likely that the creep was spawning. That would make total sense. Yeah, so this is not really finished being built. It's yeah, definitely. I'm aware. And I also need to build more towers. Like, I have a bunch of capacity for other things. I just really now concentrating on fixing the logic itself. But yes, okay. So on top of towers and spawn, yes. Yeah, the only thing that's kind of annoying me is that I don't think I can build ramparts with roads in them, which is a bit awkward. But yes. Where are you going? Okay, because I didn't update builders. You can build ramparts with roads. What? So what the heck then happened to my road that was like on this rampart? Okay, let's see, maybe this will... But I definitely had a road in here and it got destroyed when I built the rampart. But now it's building the... Okay, let's see, if it destroys the rampart, I will be pretty angry about that, because that would be kind of bullshit. But okay, let's see. Okay, so this seems to be working, so I should just flip over all my units to use this logic. Okay, So let's do that. So that was the upgrader. So basically this piece of logic I want to also put into not the harvester, not the drill, the builder. Yes. So this thing, and I need to import resource scheduler from scheduler resource, right. Now if I push this, so now the builder shouldn't interfere with the scheduling of the resource allocation for the upgraders, which was one thing that was just now happening. I've seen it with one of them. Okay, so it did actually. Okay, this is, yeah, I don't know what happened, but definitely when I built the rampart on top of the road just disappeared. So maybe there's like an order to it, like you first need to build the rampart and then you can build the road, maybe, I don't know. Okay, so this is working. So the second thing I wanted to do was the scheduling of the jobs. Postulator repairs. Maybe. That actually might be a fair point, because I might be prioritizing new builds over repairs. So it could be that they were so busy building the rampart that the road actually decayed. But yeah, I don't think that that's what happened. But it is definitely possible. Like, yes, it could have happened. Yes. Yeah, but it would take a while to find a specific moment. Okay, so the resource allocation seems to be working well. Now one thing I was really considering to do as well was I could basically have like a sweeper role that goes around and picks up resources dropped on the ground, because like, for example, because this one overflowed, there's a bunch of resources on the ground that are slowly decaying. And right now I actually don't have anything that will pick it up, so I'm wasting resources. Now that should partially be solved by what I just did, because now I don't have like yeah, but the container is full. So the container, well, no, it's not exactly full, but it was full, and I have 745 resources on the ground, and you know, you can see every tick they just decay by one. So okay, maybe I can make that part of the logic, but okay, so that means I definitely want to build like a storage. Kind of over here, possibly. And then just like roads around that. Yeah, we will see how that works. Yeah, so I mean, right now everything is kind of super inefficient anyway, so it's not a big deal. But yes, the kind of the entire, like I'm trying to basically balance the, like figure out everything, so I have just enough of these upgraders that are just, you know, sending the energy into the controller in the right enough speed, so I still don't run out of resources completely to like, you know, repair stuff, but you know, that's kind of the thing I'm like slowly figuring out. Right now it's balanced-ish. Oh yeah, yeah. And I was so like one. It will probably not happen today, honestly. But one thing I definitely want to do is, because I'm GCL2 now, I want to claim another room. I want to expand. But before that, I want to, make my current room work well, because if that's not working, then I have other issues. And yeah, so I mean, one thing I was actually thinking about, like, does it make sense to skip a room and go for the one that has the two like sources? I'm really not sure. Like, this room looks pretty juicy, but I really have no idea, if it makes sense to skip over this room and go here. Now the good thing is, like, this is all kind of snaking, so it's all reasonably defendable. Like, if I just plug it, over here, there's just like one entrance. So it's all kind of pretty reasonable, but yeah. So, okay, let me actually think about that now then. So... Right. Okay, sure, good to know. So we have the logic. So, I mean, okay, basically what I was saying at the very beginning of the stream, I now have the resource scheduling logic, which makes sure that basically the creeps don't run around picking like nothing, right? Basically the creep will be standing in place unless it actually has a source to grab the full amount of resources that it needs, and only then it will go to a particular location to pick it up. Now, the other side of that is the jobs. And once I have that, I can technically just use the console to like inject a job that says go there and build a spawn or do whatever. So that's kind of what I wanted to get to in this session, but I don't know how far I will be able to get. So the read, okay, yeah, so we have the sources of energy, we set up the containers, resources. Okay, so this is all done. So now the job queue. So how do we do this? I could have... Okay, if we look at basically how the logic works, is like, if the creep is busy, yeah, ticket system would work. Okay, so it's almost like basically over here I want to have something like a get job, do job. Right, so if it's not working, it means that it's picking up energy. So that's this part. And basically at some point it will become idle but it's full of energy. Well, I guess not necessarily full of energy. If not creep working and get free capacity is 0. No, so the way it's written, it's basically if it finishes a job and it's not completely full of energy, it will actually go pick up more energy. So maybe that's not exactly. Yeah, I mean, so this would be similar. So it's like if I, well, okay, I guess I can do it either way. Like I was talking about this earlier, so basically all the scheduling kind of is it really depends on like how stable you want it and then how complicated you want to make the invalidation logic on yourself, I guess. Because the pretty much the more things you remember, the more complicated the forgetting logic becomes. Because if you kind of remember the assignments of creeps to jobs, then you basically need to make sure that if a creep dies, then you correctly make sure that the job gets free again and some other creep picks it up and all this kind of stuff. Okay. So I don't know if I like this basic logic, honestly. Because it is like, if it's working and it's out of energy, it goes to pick up energy. That makes perfect sense. If it's not working though, and it has... It is a game, what are you talking about? It is totally a game. And it's fun. If it is not working... Yeah, I feel like this needs to change. It might need to be less aggressive about picking up resources. I mean, that's software engineering in a nutshell. Like, what are you complaining about? You just copy paste other people's code at the beginning. Oh, aggressive, okay. Yeah, I mean, definitely. Hey, welcome. So, as long as you understand what the code you are copying and pasting does, that's a very good start. Like, if you are just copying and pasting without understanding, then yeah, then there is a problem. Yeah, so if you understand, then it's fine. At some point you will start writing your own code, and then you are good. Okay. So, what do we want out of the job scheduler? Let's go back to here. If creep energy is greater than capacity... Wait, what? That's a very weird formula. It's like, well, creep free capacity should be... Shouldn't it be like included in the previous branch? Like if creep energy is greater than capacity times 0.5, I think the OR that comes after that should be pointless, or no? Am I just misreading this somehow? Maybe I just don't understand what exactly these do. Oh yeah, definitely TypeScript, of course. Yeah, sorry, my mind cannot handle raw JavaScript. I need, you know, crutches and you know, scaffoldings around me to kind of feel safe. Okay. So if we have the creeps picking at jobs basically in here, no, I was just saying I don't quite get why you have the OR in there, because like if you have 0 free capacity, or I guess you can be carrying other stuff, maybe that's why it's there, right? Okay, never mind. I forgot that creeps can carry other stuff than just energy. Then it kind of makes sense. But then I would maybe check the creep free capacity is greater than capacities times 0.5 anyway, or something. Yeah, I don't know. Because like you don't want to have a creep that has like 1 free capacity picking up 1 energy, right? Because that would be wasteful. Okay, so logic. So these are all kind of written in a way where it's like, try to do a thing. If there's nothing to do, then do the basically the next thing in the priority, you know, stack or something. Now that's kind of what I'm trying to replace with the job queue. I mean, sure, you can link it. I mean, I will still probably do the things my way, but because I'm weird in that way. Okay. Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is kind of similar to what I'm doing. It's just a bit hidden in the sub-functions. Basically these, so I basically have these like behavioral atoms, which is like repair logic, which is like, you know, find the structure to repair, and if you have a structure, then go and repair it, and so on. And then out of these, you know, build logic, you know, find the thing to build and then try to build it. And some of these return true false based on if they actually manage to do that. and then out of that I kind of build the deeper logic, which is like, okay, like if you cannot deposit logic, then go and upgrade the controller. Like that's kind of your job as a upgrader. And then if you are a builder, then you know, go and try to deposit logic, because every creep should be depositing logic. Then if you cannot deposit because everything is full, then just do some building if you can, and otherwise repair. So that's kind of, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but the thing, so the problem with this is kind of, because all the creeps kind of run the same logic, you have an issue where if there's suddenly something high priority to do, like the deposit, right? Basically all the creeps will just go and rush to do that thing. Like if basically a creep dies and suddenly, you know, the spawn loses resources, loses energy because it's using that energy to spawn a new creep, suddenly all the other creeps will just like give up on everything, and it will start refilling the energy, which is okay, except you can have situations like, for example, with this build logic, where if I have multiple builders and there's like a small thing to build, like they will all rush there to build it. So I kind of want something that's more balanced, essentially. To kind of limit the amount of travel, because what this kind of does is like the creeps will all rush to one place, basically spend like a bit of their energy to do it, each of them. Some of them will not even manage to get there before it's finished because they were like too far away, and then they all rush back to do something else. So the goal for today is kind of to get to a more sensible approach where, like, okay, if there is a thing to do, then just send, I don't know, one creep there or two creeps there and do that. The other creeps can keep doing something else. Ah, okay, sure. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm sure that, you know, all the pieces of logic that you have right now are there for very sensible reasons. Okay. So if we have something like get job here, so something like job scheduler, get job for creep, and then, so I guess the get job can just be a function. Or I can actually, yeah, if I kind of split the responsibilities, I can basically have this as the database of jobs, and then the job scheduler will just decide on the job to do. The only tricky part there is the job scheduler kind of needs to understand what jobs are available. So it kind of needs to understand like what structures need building, what structures need repairing. That might be a bit expensive. I don't know, we'll see. This is still not built? Oh, this is pretty big actually. Okay, makes sense. Okay, what are these two doing? This is an upgrader that's literally doing nothing. What the heck? Oh, because we are out of resources. Ah, right. Yeah, so this has 180 and this thing. Still the resource on the ground that it's decaying over time and no one is using that, which is super annoying. But okay, yeah. So this is the demonstration of the resource scheduling working because only this one creep is actually getting to pick up the resources. Everyone else is just and dies. Okay, sure. Amazing. Yeah, and well, now you can see exactly what's happening where like there's a thing spawning and all these guys are rushing to, you know, to give their resources to refill the spawn. And now this guy is going to pick up the resources. Okay. Yeah, I think I will actually need to decrease the amount of creeps I have. Because I think the only reason why I needed so many, honestly, was because my, like, them grabbing resources was so inefficient that I actually needed this many creeps around to actually, like, saturate the sources. Yeah, wait a second. So this one now has 240 resources. Why is... Oh, is this one going there to pick it up? Yeah, I think this one is the one that's actually coming here to pick up the 200 from this guy. Yes. Yeah, so the problem is it's different based on the different mode you are in. And I keep accidentally putting down construction sites. Which is super annoying. And I think if you right click in the construction site mode, it doesn't do anything. If you left click, it puts down the construction site, which is just super annoying. But yeah, that's why I do it. Why I drag with the right click. Just to not keep putting down construction sites. Okay. So I'm pretty happy, like this is working amazingly well, the resource allocation thing. Yeah. So this is all great. Let's try to figure out the job thing. So scheduler, let's do a job scheduler. Job.ts. So I think it will have a similar structure as this thing. So I need a definitely constructor that gets a room. Okay, export job scheduler. Okay, so let's just copy here all the possible jobs that I thought about. Job schedule, right. So for refill, build, repair, I need to look up structures. So sweep is the one thing that I'm missing right now. If there are resources dropped on the floor, I want to sweep them up into a container. So they don't decay, because that just keeps happening to me. I think it will happen less with me fixing, like adding the scheduling. But I think if you... I had a situation where I think I killed a creep that had resources in it, and it then leaves resources on the ground. Yeah. I need to look up structures. For upgrade, this is just the controller. And sweep, find resources on ground. Okay, so what I'm thinking is just do private Does it make sense to have basically like a field for each separate job? Maybe it does. Yeah, so my miners don't do that because I'm using like drill miners, so they have the exact amount of mining to like exhaust the source. So that's why I'm kind of, you know, just mining in place and letting them drop it on the ground. Because anyway, like if I stop mining, the source would just like refresh anyway, so I lose the resources no matter what. Oh, room entity. Okay, sure, I mean... yeah, okay, which way will be more reasonable to store this? Like when I will be adding a new job. And there's also the thing that technically, okay, I mean, I will definitely have cross-room jobs, because at minimum the job to claim a room controller, that will be a cross-room job for sure. Right, and actually, okay, right, so I already have something like this, because for the drills, what I do... Okay, but the drills are different, because... damn it, this is annoying. I almost feel like I should have two types of jobs. So, okay, what I have right now, I have basically the drill job, which is... It's kind of a two-way job. So it's... Each drill gets an explicitly assigned source. But also, each source needs to have an explicitly assigned drill, so it's kind of like a two-way thing. But that's like a different thing than what I'm doing here. Okay, let's just not overthink it. Let's just do this way. So let's just have a private. Yeah, let's just have a job thing that will be. Okay. Export class job. So it will be. It will be the type of the job. What the heck? Type string and target ID. Yeah, target string as well, right? And let's just make this public. So I will have refill jobs private. Okay, so actually since these are right, since these actually are per loop, I think structure let's just start with this. So target any structure. Yes. What? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, so you discovered the first challenge for sure. But yes, the find closest by path is not a bad approach. Yeah, so you can, okay, let me show you. So you cannot destroy these walls, the solid ones, but these walls that have like the dashes in them. So this is a constructed wall and those can be destroyed. These are things that don't decay over time. Nothing can go through them. They can be pretty beefy, like they can have 300 million hits. But they can be attacked and destroyed, unlike these like solid walls that are just there forever. And if you want an inspiration for a solution, so what I do is I have these special creeps that are just called drills. And this creep just has 5 work things and 1 move. And what I do, I make sure there's 1 drill assigned to 1 source. And there's a container beneath them, so they don't even store resources within them. They just drop the resources, and because there's a container in the same space, it just drops into the container. Yeah, I don't know if that's not too much information for you at this point. Yeah, there's still 1 hole in my ramparts. The problem is this rampart isn't even finished yet. Like right now, I'm running on an energy deficit. You can see there's a bunch of creeps just waiting around and not doing anything because I don't have enough energy. Yeah. Yeah, because the app had some issue with the log was not showing up. I don't know why exactly. But yeah, I mean, it works exactly the same in the web UI as in the app on Steam. Yeah. Why did I not think about that? That's such an obvious thing to do. What the heck? Right. Okay, so I definitely... Yeah, okay, sure. I definitely need to finish this thing then. Dropped resources, sweeper, sweep resources logic, which is sweep resource. Okay, find closest by range. Dropped resources. So this thing returns resource constant. Drop is okay. So for now, I guess I only care about resource energy. So this will be a private sweeper jobs job. And I guess the upgrade job, I can just use job as it is because it's anyway, the control is any structure anyway, so that's fine. So upgrade jobs job. Okay. So yeah, I think I will settle on this kind of logic. Start no, I already have refill. Repair. Actually no, this is very silly. What I should actually do is room find structure. It should be just structure, right? No? Is it any structure? No. What the heck is the constant? Where's my this one? Structure. Structure type. structure. Ah, I cannot find it over here. That's so annoying. Extends. Any store structure. Structure. Okay, seriously, like what the heck? Find. Ah, because these are, yes, okay. Find struct. Ah, this is definitely what I was looking for. Damn it. Okay, so find structures. Okay, I will definitely want the filter over here. Yeah. Now. Yeah. So I only care about specific structures though. So structure. Actually, maybe not like this. Just give me all the structures. And then, yeah, this will be more efficient. Let's just grab all the structures. And then over here, let's just do for structure of structures. Let's just do the magic over here, right? So refill jobs. So if structure type of structure oh damn it, I was just looking at it. Any store structure contain no, because it contains stuff like containers and stuff like that. So what stuff do I actually want to refill? That will be relatively specific, and I should have that over here in my energy. Yeah, okay. Exactly. So if structure type of structure extension structure, yeah, structure spawn or structure tower. So if it's refill job structure. Okay, what is it complaining about? So if it's yeah, okay, so this is different syntax for sure. TypeScript, where are you? Type of test. Type of against custom type. Type of, okay. So if type of structure is, or no, that's not the correct way to do it, damn it. Type guards, yes. Come on, this thing. Okay, I can check for specific thing, but that's not exactly what I want. User-defined type cards. Pet is okay. So if structure is refill job structure. No. No, that's also not. Damn it. Swim in pet type of. Yeah, that might be what I'm looking for. Instance of. Better instance of. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Okay. Yeah, I know. Spank used as. What the heck? Only refers to a type, but it's being used as a value here. Oh crap, because that only works for classes. Okay, so I think, yeah, I need to go through the structure type. Yeah. So this returns any structure. These are okay, I refill job structure. Okay, I think I'm missing something. So you need to use ASM compilation into ASM.js. There's probably some tutorial somewhere. Why is this not wanting to get copied? Hmm. Yeah, I think I need to go through the structure type is one of these three things. Okay, so this would be slightly different. So refill job structure will be structure extension or structure spawn or structure tower. Structure type, structure constant, what? Okay, maybe I cannot do this shorthand. Okay, I'm getting very confused. Structure constant. Yes. I think I need to do it in this super verbose. Structure spawn or structure is structure. I have spawn, I don't have extension, right? Okay. Super silly, but I don't think I can actually simplify this. Okay, so if is refill job structure, then refill jobs okay, so actually, first of all, refill jobs is new array of job, just to initialize it. So this dot refill jobs dot push new job type refill job, and the structure is structure. Okay, but actually it will not be this simple, because of course we don't really want to refill. Yeah, so if it's not tower and it's not spawn and it's not extension, then just return false. But otherwise, what you want to do is return structure dot store dot get free capacity for resource energy is bigger than 0. Because only then we want to spawn a refill job. Okay. Phew, okay, finally, some progress. This was me just going in circles for forever. Okay. So this dot build jobs. Again, new array of job. Now, okay, the question actually, if I do find structures, still spawns construction sites. Okay. I think for the buildings I will need to use the find construction sites. Because I don't think... Yeah. So let construction sites, oops, be room.find, find construction sites. A site of construction sites is I mean, generally I just want to build everything. There isn't really anything specific, but okay, one thing I'm not sure about is okay, let's actually check this. So okay, so this is a construction site for a road, but it has an owner, which is me. So this means that construction sites do have owners. Yeah, and I'm running out of resources brutally. Yeah, I think I will need to decrease the number of upgraders because... Yeah. Okay, let's actually... Oh, well, I cannot do this right now because my code is broken. But yes, I will need to do that. So, not find construction sites, but find my construction sites. And then I don't want to filter them further, so just this dot build jobs dot push new job build job. Well, okay, let's just call it without the suffix because that's kind of silly. Okay, build and site. Okay, and this thing doesn't work because oops, this needs to take construction sites as well. Construction site, right. Okay, so that's the build jobs. The repair jobs will be... Okay, let's see. Let's just double check. So build logic, find construction sites. Yeah, so there's no filtering here, so that's good. So repair logic is slightly more complicated because I don't want to repair walls by default. Yeah, I'm completely running out of energy. Holy crap. interesting. So find structures. So if function is repair job structure, any structure, this logic should move over here. Now, okay, so what do I do? Everything. Okay, so if structure dot if structure dot type is structure wall, then just return false. Otherwise, yeah, otherwise this thing, otherwise return this. And I need to import globals. Yes, definitely. So import star as globals from dot globals, is it? I think, yeah, that's it. Okay, so if it is a repair job structure, then this dot repair jobs dot push new job repair structure. Okay. And this dot repair jobs is new array of job. Cool. Then the upgrade jobs. So the upgrade jobs will be is controller basically. So function is controller structure, any structure, boolean, and this is very simple. So return if it is a controller, and that's it. So structure dot structure type equals structure controller. Yep. This dot upgrade jobs push new job upgrade structure. Now this is where the fancy stuff comes in, because like so far all of these were kind of allocate me one worker to do this thing, right? But for this one, what I actually want to do is allocate a bunch of them based on some sort of setting. So per controller, and let's say 5 of them. So over here I can do for just insert as many as I kind of have configured. Okay, and then the sweeper jobs. Right. So the sweeper logic was find, where the heck was it? Right here. So find the dropped resources let dropped resources be room.find find dropped resources, and for now the only thing I really want to sweep is just energy. Yeah, okay, let's just make it this way again. So let's just loop over all the dropped resources and function is dropped resource is sweeper job resource. I guess that would kind of conform to the resource constant, something like that. I guess it should be resource constant like this, right? So this is the class, yeah. Okay, and yeah, I kind of want to have some sort of filtering there for, like, if it's just one resource, like one energy, then I can just ignore it because it will anyway expire before I get to it. So yes, if is sweeper job resource of the drop, then no. Because this should return a boolean, obviously. Right. Is sweeper job resource. Then please sweeper jobs dot push new job sweep of drop. Is not assignable to resource constant should be fine. Didn't I put it here? Resource. Yep. Okay. Sure. Resource constant for now. And then over here, what I want to do, so if resource type is not if resource type is not energy, resource energy, then return false. And if resource dot amount is less than, let's say 50, then, well, okay, return resource amount is higher, equal than 50. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I want. And I just still need to initialize. Okay, so this is all just like construction of things at the very beginning of each loop. Sweeper jobs, new array of job. Okay, sweeper jobs push. What is this complaining about? Oh, this should be this dot sweeper jobs, yes, obviously. Okay, so now we have all the jobs in this room, all the potential jobs in this room. And we have a complaint somewhere over here. What exactly? Cannot assign. Right, obviously. This should be a let, not const. That was a very silly mistake. Okay, so now we want to kind of build a worker logic that basically goes okay, and we also want, yeah, we want this exact thing, because this is per room. So job scheduler, okay, so JS, and then the get and init will be exactly the same logic. So init room, job scheduler room, JS debug log. I don't have the debug log yet. Sure. So if it's undefined or null, then create a new map. Of job scheduler, and otherwise just, oops, job scheduler, job scheduler. Yep. And this returns a job scheduler. Yep. Okay. What are you complaining about? Ah, because this needs to be this. Okay, the debug log. Yes. So debug log over here. Console.log. Room. Well, I don't actually store the room, whatever. Found this dot refill jobs dot, is it length? Refill jobs. Yeah, I think this is kind of the minimal logging I want to do. So refill jobs, build jobs, refill build, repair, upgrade. So the upgrade job should be just like a constant, because that's a constant in my code. Oops, upgrade jobs, and sweeper jobs, sweep jobs. Okay, so then we can kind of test it. So let's over here, job scheduler, init job scheduler, yep. So I need to import it. So just import job scheduler from scheduler job, right? Job scheduler from scheduler job, indeed. So what are you still complaining about? Init, oh, wait a second, I did not rename this thing, did I? Still called init resource, yeah, it definitely called init resource scheduler. Okay, init job scheduler, yeah, that's the correct name, and get job scheduler, yes, obviously. Cool. So okay, I definitely wanted to downscale the upgraders, so just downscale the upgraders to 4 of them. But now if I roll this up, going to here, so we found 6 refill jobs, makes sense, 4 build jobs, makes sense, 76 repair jobs, and 5 upgrade jobs, and 0 sweep jobs. Okay, this is working perfectly, and it's not even that expensive on CPU, actually. It's kind of surprising, honestly. Okay. So now what we need to do is actually okay, I'm kind of worried about the repair jobs, honestly. Did I actually filter this correctly? So repair, maybe just because I didn't repair anything in a while, this actually ends up being pretty reasonably high. Okay, so let's yeah, I mean, yes, I get your point. Definitely. I kind of feel the repair jobs will need a different logic. Yeah, this is not good enough. Because I definitely want more prioritization in the repair jobs. Because I definitely care about like something important just getting destroyed, but I don't care that much if like a random road just dies. Who cares? But yep, this wait, I have a sweep job. How do I have a sweep job? Where do I have a sweep job? Wait, is this? Yeah, there's a oh, because okay, so a creep. No, wait, how did that happen? There's not even tombstone there. There's just like energy that's decaying. Maybe there was a tombstone before? Yeah, but like the sweeper job definitely needs to exist. Like this is a proof of that. I just have like these random resources lying on the ground that need to be picked up. Okay. Yeah, I definitely need less of those upgraders because they just keep like chewing through the resources super fast. I mean, naming doesn't really matter that much. Okay, so now I actually need to like bind this together. So okay. How do I do this? Yeah. Now the problem is that gets a bit tricky. Because the problem is, if there's something on the ground, I kind of want to sweep it up immediately because like it's just otherwise it's just decaying and it's waste of resources. But maybe it's a bigger waste of resources to have a. Well, if it's just a job, I'm not like dedicating a worker to it. And I mean, okay, so technically also after the sweep job finishes, like the sweep job can finish once the thing is picked up, right? And at that point the worker can go, hey, I need a new job because I have like resources in my storage and I have nothing to do. So it can work even with the sweep. Like the sweep doesn't necessarily have to actually store the resources. Yeah, I don't know. Like it's there's this like weird thing. So basically there should be a job. Yeah, there should basically be like a store job that has like the lowest priority. So if there's nothing to do and you have resources, just go store them into a container, right? Because that way, what happens is, if there's something to sweep up from the ground, it will get picked up by a worker, right? That has like a high priority. Then if there's something to do, it will just get, you know, used in that action. If there's nothing to do, then it's like the lowest priority thing, just go and store things. Yeah, but I mean, so, okay, so let me just go back to this, right? What I'm doing with the controller jobs is I have a static amount of these. So I just generate the static amount of the upgrade jobs per controller. Right now it's set to 5, which doesn't actually match up with my upgraders, but whatever, you know, like you get the point. So basically if these are all occupied, then it will fall through to like the, you know, low priority thing and the, like the catch-all case for the worker. If it's like, I have nothing to do literally, but I have resources, let me just drop them into storage. And then technically it's basically that it's, if that's the last action it did, it should actually be next to the storage. So if there's something to do, it will pick up the resources from the storage and then go and do it. So it will not even waste time like traveling around the map to kind of pick up stuff. Okay, yeah, I think I'm happy with that kind of logic. So then I guess I will need one more job, which is like the catch-all. So this dot, actually, because it's a catch-all, I don't actually need an explicit thing for that. It will just get like assigned. Okay. So one more thing then over here, I need public assigned true. Yeah. Assigned boolean. So whenever I generate and with the default of false, yes. So whenever I generate a job, it is unassigned, and then once I assign it, it gets assigned, and that's it, right? Well, okay, so that depends. I mean, that's one way to do it. Just like whenever you have extra energy, just put it into the controller. But the thing is, I kind of think it makes sense to be able to build up this buffer of resources. Because there are situations like, okay, like if I want to build up resources to kind of expand somewhere or do something like resource intensive, then it actually makes sense to have this logic which basically drops the resources and throttle the amount of workers that are actually spending resources on the controller using this logic, right? So this is how I control how many resources I'm willing so how many resources I'm willing to spend on the controller, and then the rest will just get buffered. Right. So what did I call the methods over here? Claim resources. Okay, so let's just call it claim job. So claim job, creep. Okay, just a second. So what did it take over here? Oh, the amount. Yeah, that's fine. So just return the job. Right. So actually this honestly should just be a set of jobs. And I can just, I don't even need to track then the, yeah, I don't even need to track if the job is assigned or unassigned. I can just remove it from the set. Yeah, okay, let's do it. So these will be new set instead of an array, and instead of push I need to do insert, add. Okay. Yep. And the jobs don't need assigned anymore. And yeah, my voice is kind of dying. I want it to end soon. Right, so now, and okay, right now it's not length, now it's what, size? Yeah, size. Oh, what the? Come on. Don't jump around on me. Okay, so now it just straight up goes in the sequence. So if we have refill jobs dot size is bigger than 0, then let job be this dot refill jobs dot is there has add clear delete. Ooh, there's not like a pop. Wait, is there like a better data structure for this? Okay, this window. JavaScript stack structure. Stack and queue. Yeah, no, this is like custom stuff. I guess I can do something like this. No keys. Iterable iterator keys. How the heck do you work with this stuff? Pop from set JavaScript. Pop, yeah. No, that's not Kit must. Oh, array actually has a pop. Damn it. Okay, fine. Switching back to array. Why did I? Okay, sure. Let's just undo. Oops. Okay. Yeah, that should be it. Okay. So back to this logic. So if this dot refill jobs dot length is bigger than 0, then let job be this dot refill jobs dot pop. It was a job, yeah. Actually, just do return this dot refill jobs dot pop. Okay, this is annoying because I know it's not undefined because the length is bigger than 0. Okay, if this dot... Ugh. Very annoying. Save pop of jobs, job. So, oh no, this will not work. Yeah, okay, I need to write it properly. So let's just pop if job is undefined, then just throw new error. This should never happen. Return job. Okay. Okay, I guess I don't really even need the creep. For now, technically I should be checking if they are suitable for the jobs, but right now like all the jobs are the same. Right, so we want... Actually, as I said, like the sweeper job should be first in this logic. So, okay, if this dot sweeper jobs length bigger than 0. Yeah. So that gets interesting because I mean, yes and no. Actually, I can simplify this code a bit. So I can do it by distance, but then I have a problem. Because if I'm doing it by distance, then I'm kind of overriding the priorities of the jobs themselves. And yes, there's definitely something to be said for that. But I think I will just start with this and then add the distance logic into it. I think I even talked about that, didn't I? So go for the room for jobs. Going through jobs, claim the closest worker not busy with resource acquisition. Yeah, so actually this shouldn't be called per worker, it should be called all the available workers. So yeah, this logic should be working slightly differently, but yeah. These don't refill and build. Else. Yeah, so you know, if this, so right now this just takes one creep. If it took an array of creeps, and whenever I'm picking a job, just pick the closest creep, then it's exactly what I want, because I go by the priority order of the jobs, but then I pick the closest available worker. Now the tricky part there is probably, at least at this point, I will not really have more than one worker anyway that's available, so it probably doesn't matter. This dot, so I have sweep, refill, build, repair. Oh wait, okay, so it's repair. Yeah, I will need to think about the priorities actually. This dot repair jobs dot up. So upgrade jobs length. Yeah, but again, like the way it, like my entire like loop works, I don't think that will actually, like, I don't think it will have an option ever. I think generally there's like one worker that doesn't know what to do. So yeah, like there's definitely a much smarter way to do this, but that's a bit further away than anything. So we sweep, we refill, we build, we repair, we upgrade. And if we are not doing any of that, I want to have a function. Function default drop resource job for a room. Yes. Job. So this will return. Okay, so room dot find I want to find the container, is it? No, not container. What is this thing called? Storage? Yeah, storage. So there's only one per room. Right now mine isn't even built. Yeah, so is there find storage? Probably not. Yeah. So find damn it. My structures, yes, but with a filter. Okay. Right. Filter. Structure. Structure. Any structure, right? Okay. Return structure dot type. Oops, no, what? Return structure dot structure type is structure storage. Yes, please. That's exactly what I want. Okay. So const storage is this thing. Now, if storage, then I want to, I cannot spell, of course, as usual. So if I have a storage, I want to return new job, which is type is deposit and target is storage. Right, if length is 1, then storage 0, right? Because this returns an array, which is a bit annoying, but that's fine. Now, otherwise, if I don't have a storage in this room, what I actually want to do is return new job, no op, and room.controller. Wait, there are rooms that don't have controllers? Oh, interesting. So I guess room dot... Interesting. Well, now I don't know what to put here. So it takes any structure, construction size, resource constant. I guess I want to make it optional. It's a bit weird, but sure. Okay. So yes, so basically the default job that has the lowest priority is like find my storage. If I don't have a storage, then just do nothing until something is available. So that will go over here. Job is default resource job for room, which is creep.room. And then if job is still undefined, so actually if job is still undefined, well, okay, so that will actually never happen with this thing. Can I just actually just remove it? Now this is curious because if job is undefined, then do this. Okay, now it understands. Interesting. Like, it's semantically equivalent. Okay. So this should all work fine. I guess I should actually do console.log assigning sweeper job to creep.id, and basically do this. So refill job, build job, repair job, and upgrade job. Default, right. Oops. Oh, come on. Idle job, right. So don't forget, this is all running each tick. So right now I'm just going for scheduling that's basically convergent, not necessarily stable. So the jobs don't get permanently assigned. It's just if there is actually a higher priority job that just pops up, then you know, it will just get picked up. But because of the way the creeps themselves work, they will only ask for a new job if they are not picking up resources. So they will literally only ask for a new job if they don't have anything to do. Okay. So now the thing I wanted to do is just have a worker logic. So let's just copy it from the builder. Resource scheduler and job scheduler. From yeah, that's not the correct way. Okay, so job scheduler job. Okay, so this stuff is cool. So then, okay, if I don't have anything to do, then job scheduler dot get job scheduler for creep dot room dot claim job creep. Okay, something like this. This needs fixing, of course. Now and here basically there will be do the job. Okay, so yeah, I think having this kind of default logic kind of still makes sense. So yeah, so I will basically replicate this. So let job scheduler be this thing. If we have a job scheduler, then let job be job scheduler dot claim job for this creep. And again, I'm not really doing anything with the creep anyway, but actually I am. I'm looking at its room, I think. Yes. If we don't, then just have this default logic, which is like deposit, the build, and repair. Sure. Okay. Now, what I want to do over here is common dot do job something like this. So over here, export function do job job. Okay, so now this thing actually needs to move to, I guess, globals. Yeah, that would kind of make sense. Oh yeah, I don't need assigned anymore. Okay, so then in here, since I don't have the job locally anymore, so job, so this should be globals dot job. Yeah, I might end up doing that at some point. The reason why I'm kind of doing this, like basically every tick, is I really don't want to deal with the invalidation logic right now. But it's not really, like, it's honestly not a, like, it's not a major change. It's just basically instead of asking for a job, like there needs to be like a thing on the creep that stores the job, and then if I don't have a job at all, then do some like get a new job perhaps, or whatever. But it's not like a big change. Global job, right? Okay, so then switch job dot type. And right, this should take a creep definitely. So oops, job creep job, right? So case, now let's look through all of these. Right, and this is now wrong, so do job creep job, yes. Okay. Where? Right here. Okay. I guess let's just oops, that's a bit too big. Oh, come on. Windows is really not cooperating. Okay, so the jobs are sweep, build, upgrade, repair, refill, and then we have the default stuff, which is deposit and no op. And no op, right. Sweep, build, upgrade, repair, refill, deposit, no op. Okay, sure, that should be covering all the bases. So over here, this is basically what we want to do. So if sweep, then we want to sweep resources logic, find closest by range. Okay, but I actually, okay, so I will need to change these things. Sweep logic, yeah, because I not just have the creep, I also have the target, job.target. Yeah, so all these functions will need a change, which is a bit unfortunate. I mean, have a look at like what the stuff that's happening in the game. There are like massive wars happening all the time. But it's also like a great way to learn stuff, you know. Refill. Wait, I definitely have a refill thing somewhere. What do I call it? Energy deposit logic, right? Yeah, okay, I'm realizing I will need to damn this will need to change. Yeah, okay, let's just start calling them differently because this all needs to sweep, job, logic, build, job, logic, and yeah, I can basically base it on the old logic, that's fine, but unfortunately I need to change these functions quite a bit. Yeah. Deposit job logic. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this will be burning through CPU quite a lot, definitely. But right now, I don't really care. Because I have plenty of CPU cores remaining. But, I mean, yeah. I kind of have this cycle of work where I kind of build up new features, then optimize, build up, and optimize and clean up, build up, optimize and clean up, you know. And I just keep doing this cycle. Okay, so the sweep. Sweep is this thing. So, oh, not, wait, what? It should be job target. It should be resource, so it should be resource constant. That's what it should be, right? So resource dot post. Okay. Okay. Creep pickup. Resource. If you're not in range, then just move to it. Right. So that's the sweep job. Job target S resource constant, yes. Then build. Yeah, this will all be pretty simple. So build job logic. So this will be site construction site as construction site, right? So the build logic build logic, right? Construction sites move to right, so it's just simply this thing. So oops, no, this thing. Okay. Yeah, I will need to play with the colors at some point for sure. So upgrade. I mean, you know, use the opportunity, ask questions. Yes, transfer. Oh wait, it's not. Is that actually? Wait a second. Controller. Upgrade controller. So that's a different thing, right? Yes. So upgrade function. Upgrade job logic. Creep. Controller is structure controller. Yes. Upgrade controller. Creep. Yeah, but now I actually have this over here. Just like this. Job target S. Structure controller. Yes. Repair. Creep. Structure, any structure. Yep. And repair. Okay. Yeah, that's just creep.repair. Perfect. As any structure. Yep. Then refill function refill job logic creep structure any structure yeah. Oops. And then refill. That's supposed to be this tower over here. That's transfer. Right, perfect. Okay. Structure. As any structure. Yep. No, not on. Come on. Any structure. Yes. Deposit job logic. Okay. We are getting there. Deposit job logic. Creep structure structure not container. What heck is it called? Storage? I keep forgetting. Yes, storage. Structure storage. Yep. I think it's this thing again, right? It's just transfer. Yeah, it should be just transfer. Yeah. And this is S structure storage. Yep. Okay, so I will do this very gently. So I'm keeping the old logic. So this will, okay, so this is not getting modified. Cool. So it's just the worker that works with the job scheduler, and actually, honestly, for the workers, let's just do console.log job for okay. So if I fail to schedule a job for the workers, then something is really wrong. Creep.id. Yeah. And the same for the common pickup logic. Fail to schedule resource pickup for creep. Yeah. Okay, but this actually can happen if I'm out of resources, so that's okay. Right, so then in the respawn, worker is basically this thing. So it's 4 works, 4 carry, 4 moves. That should be all cool. I need to spawn. Yeah, that's all fine. Except over right. Respawn evil worker. Let's just get me 1 worker for now. And case worker worker dot run. Oh damn it, this is need to do imports. I don't need sweeper anymore, so import star as worker from logic worker. Yeah, and if it works, worker from cluster. Oh no, this got auto imported, I think. Sweeper. Yeah, let's get rid of sweeper. So worker dot work. No, dot run. Okay, perfect. Break. So we should start with 1 worker just to test if it's working, and then we will see. Okay. So let's push this. So a worker should be spawning. Creep worker, yes. Yeah, I'm really like out of resources overall. What the heck? It's kind of crazy. Yeah, I know people keep telling me. But the thing is, the right size isn't even finished. It has only 48k. Like I'm absolutely out of resources, like completely. Like I have like, you know, these build things enqueued, and it's like, I mean, right now I'm not in a great shape, I have to tell you. Like things kind of need to stabilize a bit. What do you mean storage costs fuel source region cycles? I don't know what that sentence means. Ah, right, that's what you mean. Yes, yes. Yeah, so I mean, the thing is I obviously need the job system because right now I have other priorities, but my, you know, these workers are upgrading my controller, which is definitely not what I want to be happening right now. I want to have the other jobs to be finished. And yeah, like the number of repair jobs is just skyrocketing right now, and yeah, it's yeah, not amazing. I think I will actually go a bit further. I will actually downscale the upgraders to 2. So I have and just push it. And then I will just upscale it later using workers. Okay. So one thing I didn't do, and I think I should do, is here when I'm generating the jobs. Is refill job structure, and this dot refill jobs dot length is below globals dot refill job limit. Refill, let's call it some refill jobs max count limit. Okay, yeah. Let's just have like limits export const refill jobs limit. Let's say at most 4 workers are refilling. Let's say at export const yeah, let's just organize this a little bit differently. So let's do jobs refill limit, jobs build limit. Let's say 2 builders for now. Repair limit, let's say like 3 of them. Jobs upgrade, sure, let's do like, actually I probably don't want upgrade limit. So jobs refill limit, I mean, I'm definitely, and welcome back, I'm definitely a fan of TypeScript over JavaScript. I can tell you that much. Globals repair, and let's upgrade construction. If this dot build jobs length is less than globals build job limit, and sweeping is unlimited, I guess. Sure, okay. Yeah, and there's some mess in here, so this should be repair jobs, and is that it? I have refill jobs, repair jobs, build jobs. Yep. Okay. I think this makes sense. Let's just push that up. So now, yeah, okay, so now it's 0 refill jobs, 2 build jobs, 3 repair jobs, and 5 upgrade jobs. Yes, perfect. Okay, so this thing is happening. That's cool. So wait a second. I should be seeing somewhere. I'm kind of not seeing the logic, like that it hits the logic where it actually assigns the job. Not sure where. Oh, hey. Welcome back. And thanks for the follow. Now that you have to chat. It's my evil plan. Getting the feeling that there's something broken over ketchup scheduler, claim job, do job. So the claim job, assigning upgrade job to creep. Yeah, I don't really see. I don't really see this anywhere, which is a bit worrying. Is it because... No, this is my builder. Upgrader, worker. So the worker is here. I think it's just that the worker doesn't have energy right now. Yeah, it doesn't really get its turn. I kind of got my custom stream bots working. So as you might notice, the YouTube widget is kind of broken. That's because for whatever reason, the moment I start the bot, I run out of like the quota. And I'm very confused about that because I'm not really doing anything crazy there. But yes, there's definitely something happening that I need to still fix. And I still don't have my text-to-speech working properly. So that's another thing that needs to be fixed. Damn it, but I'm getting the feeling that this worker isn't really working. What the heck? Let's have a look at the memory, I guess. Yeah, so working is false. So I kind of expect this guy to... Yeah, so this guy should be just asking for resources, but maybe he's really not getting them. It's not my game, just FYI. So this is an MMO for software developers. And you can play it, just FYI. It's also on Steam. Yeah, I could definitely do that, but okay. In the worker logic, so it's not working, so it should go here. Okay, so if we are not getting scheduled resources, okay, but we are not logging. over here. Damn it. Scheduled resources. Claim resources. Right. So else console.log creep creep.id failed to claim resources for work. Okay. So let's just try to push this up. Oh no, there's assigning build job to creep. Okay, so it actually worked. Cool. Yeah, the problem is I don't really... actually, yeah, maybe the name would be better. But okay, now you can see, like, there's 2 creeps that are not getting resources. Okay, no, this is working. It's just I don't have any resources. That's the problem. There's no resources at all. Yeah, and this null thing is actually, yeah, it's the one that's spawning. Yeah, so they all are failing to claim resources, even though they really want resources to you know, right now to refill stuff. But yeah. Okay, cool. This is all working, which is amazing. Oh, jeez. So yeah, we have a pretty powerful job system now. I still need to figure out how to, like, expand and where to expand and what to do. I think claiming this room would be really neat, but what is this guy? This guy seems like pretty advanced. But he's also out of resources, kind of. Oh, he's like building himself a protective wall up there. Okay, cool. Because I think, like, I'm connected with this guy through these, like, upper rooms. Cool stuff. Okay, so yeah, I think this is definitely good enough for today. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours now, and my voice is really not in a good shape at this point. And right now, anyway, like, this mostly just needs time. Like, this just needs to build up, and that's it. But yeah, I will need to figure out something with the expansion offline. But yeah, I mean, the great thing is I can, like, if I claim another room, because all this scheduling logic is per room, I can basically claim the room manually and then just have this run in parallel in the 2 rooms. The only problem is in the new room, I will not have high enough controller level to build, like, big workers. So I need to kind of have some extra logic there to kind of build the workers depending on the capacity in the room. Like, what's the, like, how good of a worker can the room actually build? Yeah. Right, and I will need to have some sort of, like, remote builders that I basically ordered from here to come there. But yes, that should all kind of end up working. So yeah, I think I will wrap up for today. Yeah. Actually, like, one so just like one thing I'm not even up on my like extensions. I still have like 10 extensions that I can build. Like, it's ridiculous. I'm so behind on like what I can actually do in this room even. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. But, you know, considering that like, you know, I kind of solve the basic job scheduling problem within one room now. Now the interesting question becomes, how do I do this automatically between rooms? Like, do I want to have some extra logic to like shift workers around between rooms and that kind of, you know, interesting stuff? Because basically if I take a worker from this room and I just send it to the other room, the moment it arrives there, it just becomes a worker in that room and it will get picked up by the scheduling logic. So there isn't really much that's missing. Yeah, it just needs kind of time right now, I think. I still need to build up this room a lot, but yeah, like things will happen. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I will wrap it up for today. Again, thanks a lot for dropping by, for sticking around. It has been a very long stream. And yeah, I will be definitely back. I think this will be a staple. Like, I will be streaming every Sunday. This is a lot of fun. I like it. And I think like once a week streaming is kind of reasonable because I do like small things during the week, and then on the Sunday I can always do like the big stuff that kind of takes time to actually do. But at least I have some idea in my head at the point to, you know, what I actually want to do. So thanks again for watching, and I will be back next week. See you.